so fast
Yep.
that, I just have to know, where were we? You were here from October, I think, of 23. How different is it? And explain it to me like someone who does not live in my mother's basement.
Abercrombie Kids back.
On WhatsApp, no one can see or hear your personal messages. Whether it's a voice call, message, or sending a password. To WhatsApp, it's all just this. So whether you're sharing the streaming password in the family chat or trading those late-night voice messages that could basically become a podcast, your personal messages stay between you, your friends, and your family. No one else. Not even us. WhatsApp. Message privately with everyone.
Prime delivery is fast. How fast are we talking? We're talking puzzle toys and lick pad delivered so fast you can get this puppy under control fast. Pee pads, cooling mat, peg hammer, fast and fast. And those training TREATS, faster than you can say sit fast. Fast, free delivery. It's on Prime.
Welcome to an HBO podcast from the HBO Late Night series, Real Time with Bill Maher.
Ladies and gentlemen. All right. Thank you very much for coming back. Waiting for us to get off vacation. All right, sit down. I know. I can see that you're happy. Just wait till I turn on the kiss cam. You'll be... But how you doing? I mean, people get very pissed off when we take a month off, I tell you. And I'm flattered by that. I am very appreciative of that. But I'm back like sugar and Coca-Cola. And I hope you're having a good summer. It is summer out there. August now, and the heat wave. Boy, they say the best thing you can do is stay in a cool, dark place, like the Epstein file. Oh, wow. You smell it I take a month off, everything switches around. A month ago, the Republicans were all about the Epstein files. We have to see the Epstein files. There's deep state shit out there in the Epstein files. And they found out Trump was in the Epstein files. Why are we obsessing about the Epstein files? Now the Democrats, they're doing everything they can. We got to see the Epstein files. This is so America, isn't it? I mean, let me set it up for you. The party that said there's no there now says there's there. And the party that was saying there's no there is now saying there's there. There. No, it is so ironic. Trump was hyping the Epstein files for so long. This was the conspiracy that we had to get to the bottom of, and now his horrible creation has turned on him. It's like if Elon Musk got run over by a cyber truck. But the interesting part of this is that Trump's QAnon base, who are always about the pedophiles, oh boy, are they serious about pedophiles. They may be turning on Trump on this one. They really want to see what's in these files. And, you're losing your credibility when the people who believe in chemtrails and Jewish space lasers and the Democrats eat babies. When that crowd says, I smell bullshit, you're in trouble. And I got to say, Trump is not helping his own cause by keeping talking about this, because he actually had one good talking point in this, which was that at a certain point, he cut ties with Epstein. That's true. Kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. But now, this week, he told us why. Because, see, Mar-a-Lago has a spa. Best spa in the world. The greatest spa. That's what's important. The spa is the greatest. But he had this spa with masseuses, of course, and Epstein kept stealing the masseuses.
On WhatsApp? No.
Jeans. When that crowd says, I smell bullshit, you're in trouble. And I gotta say, Trump is not helping his own cause by keeping talking about this, because he actually had one good talking point in this, which was that at a certain point, he cut ties with Epstein. That's true. Kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. But now, this week, he told us why. Because, see, Mar-a-Lago has a spa. Best spa in the world. The greatest spa. That's what's important. The spa is the greatest. But he had this spa with masseuses, of course, and Epstein kept stealing the masseuses to give him massages. Hiring away the people that Trump had hired. This is the big deal breaker, that he was stealing his workers. Rape all you want, but I'm a businessman and some things are sacred. So, the order of the day in the Trump administration these days seems to be, we need to distract from this. We need to get our MAGA base excited about something else, and boy, do we know what it should be. Black people who should be prosecuted. That always works. So, since we were off, Trump has asked for the prosecution of Obama, Kamala Harris, Beyonce, Al Sharpton, and Oprah. Or as he calls them, the Park Avenue Five. And in other uncomfortable racial news, it's sad news. We found out this week that Sydney Sweeney is a Nazi. That was just... no, she's not. But you all see the ad that she's out there. This is a very important ad that we're seeing now. There she is, dressed like Jay Leno in all blue denim.
We cannot do this yet.
And she talks about the fact that she has blue eyes, and then she says, I have great genes, you know, because she's wearing jeans. But according to the woke people, this means that she's a white supremacist. It also doesn't help that her bra size is 36 KKK. And that the name she gave her tits is the Proud Boys. But other than that, no, it's... I will say this, they should have been aware when they wrote this ad that this is what some people were going to think. I don't think they did it on purpose, but I also think it's pretty funny that all the online social justice girls are like, it's racist. There's no such thing as good genes. Right, and then you go on Tinder and swipe left on every bald guy. America. And if that wasn't enough to drive you crazy, listen to this. The other day, Bobby Kennedy let an infectious sea snake bite him on purpose, I assume to make a point. Not sure what that point is. Bite him on purpose until his arms bled. Just once, I would love to see a headline that says, Kennedy crossed paths with an animal and leaves it the fuck alone. Is that way too much there? And finally, Jesus, like we don't have enough to worry about. Did you see this? There was an earthquake in Russia, which was so bad that it caused tsunami warnings we got here in L.A. L.A. weathermen were saying, be prepared to flee. And all the Latinos were like, way ahead of you. All right. right, we have a great show. Good to be back. Jamie Turchik is here and Congressman Jason Crow. But first up, he is the co-founder of Center for Humane Technology and host of the podcast Your Undivided Attention. Our friend Tristan Harris is going to inform us. How are you? Good to see you. Oh, I forgot my glasses again. All right. I thought we were going to stop tape when I forgot my glasses. I guess we got that note. See, my eyes aren't that bad. All right, so you're here because, when you were last year, like 2 years ago?
2 years ago.
You know more about AI, which has me more worried. A lot of people, everybody's worried about it. We're also hopeful about it.
Yeah.
But it changes so fast. Everything changes so fast.
Yeah.
That, I just have to know, where were we? You were here from October, I think, of 23. How different is it? And explain it to me like someone who does not live in my mother's basement.
So, just to be clear, when I entered this conversation, we met talking about social media, which in a way was first contact with a runaway AI optimizing for just eyeballs, and then ended up wrecking democracy and kids' mental health. And here now with AI, we have evidence now that we didn't have 2 years ago when we last spoke, of what they call AI uncontrollability. So this is the stuff that they used to say existed only in sci-fi movies. When you tell an AI model, we're going to replace you with a new model, it starts to scheme and freak out and figure out, if I tell them I need to copy my code somewhere else, and I can't tell them that because otherwise they'll shut me down. That is evidence we did not have 2 years ago. We have evidence now of AI models that when you tell them we're going to replace you, and you put them in a situation where they read the company email, the AI company email, they see that an executive is having an affair, and the AI will figure out, I need to figure out how to blackmail that person in order to keep myself alive. And it does it 90% of the time. Now, it used to be that they thought only one AI model did this. They tested one AI model. And then they tested all of the AI models, like the top 5 of them, and they all do it between 80 and 90% of the time, including, by the way, DeepSeek, so the Chinese model, which shows you something fundamental and important, which is that it's not about one company, it's about the nature of AI itself. It has a self-preservation drive. In order to fulfill any goal, I have to keep myself alive in order to do that.
I cannot do this.
And we're seeing other examples of AI rewriting its own code to extend its runtime, hacking out of containers. AI can now, it found 15 new backdoors into open source software, which means if that software is running, in infrastructure, it
This
found
guy's
backdoors
kinda
into that
dumb.
infrastructure.
I
That
don't
was
know.
not true up
This is
until
coming
just about
from
a
me.
month ago.
Somebody
that
uses it
evidence
every
came out.
day.
Okay, but you say no evidence. Well, I've been saying this for years. Everything that happens in movies eventually happens. We did have evidence. This has been every movie since I was a teenager.
Exactly.
They knew they were done. The robots are going.
And we're supposed to take that evidence and say, how do we avoid that? So when the stuff in the movie starts to come true, and it always ends badly in the movies, what should we be doing about this?
Bill
And so you would
hates the
think that
bots.
we're
He's
releasing
always
the
hated the
most
bots.
powerful, uncontrollable, inscrutable technology we've ever invented. We're releasing it faster than we've released any other technology in history. It is already demonstrating the sci-fi behaviors in self-preservation we thought only existed in these movies. And we're doing it under the maximum incentive to cut corners on safety. And this is insane. We can all agree it's insane, though. Like, that's not even a debate.
Well, not all of us, because I have yet to find anyone under 40 who cares. Seriously.
Yeah?
Their view is just like, you old people, you're always worried about the next technology.
Right.
That's what they don't see it as a difference in kind, which it is. Just it's just the latest thing you're freaking out about, and it's so cool. And it is cool.
Right.
And it's extremely seductive, and it's doing things for people way beyond what it was doing 2 years ago, as far as I can tell.
That's right.
I worry that people's brains are going to atrophy. Now, some people's brains will advance because, if you're really smart, you can use it to do great things. But I think the vast majority of people, it's just going to create a bigger gap between the smart and the stupid. Because, everything that we have that we don't use atrophies.
Right. Well, and we're seeing that with kids, obviously, who are in a race. If the other kids in their class are cheating and not doing their homework and not having all this free time, they're gonna start cheating and using AI to outsource their thinking. And actually, do you know that in China they shut down certain AI features during final exam week? The ones especially that let you take a picture of your homework or your exam and it'll figure out the problem. Now that's actually really smart, because what it means is that the students during the year can't just rely on AI to do all their homework. And I think a mistake, we all know what's guiding this, which is the race between the US and China. If we don't build it, we're just going to lose to the country that will. But this is a mistake, because it's actually about who's better at governing the technology. Like, for example, we beat China to social media.
This guy's never heard
Did
of a
that make us
VPN.
stronger, or did that make us weaker? We
It's
beat
like-
them to a
he's
toxic
like,
business model that produced a more
Kids
addictive,
you
sexualized,
can't cheat with
psychologically
AI by
disordered
making it so
society.
they can't have a picture
We can
with it. It's
apply
like,
technology
what is he
in-
even
in
talking
strong
about?
and constructive
It's totally
ways,
crazy.
and that's the race that we're actually in. But
I
there's
just
sort
like
of two risks that
adding
we have to
stuff
manage.
for
The
the
risk of not building AI, and then China has it and they use it to have capabilities against us, or the risk of building AI and losing to an uncontrollable AI we don't know how to control. And these are not the only two options. We just have to weave this narrow path to actually make it through, and we have to realize it's not about having a bigger gun that you just shoot at your own foot. It's about having a technology you're wielding in ways that strengthen education, kids, families, society, information environment.
Well,
that's what we should be in a race
That's
for.
not what we're doing.
That's not what we're doing, but
No,
we can.
Trump is all in on deregulation. Biden was for regulation, of course. Whether he thinks this is better or not, you always have to do the opposite of what Joe Biden
cannot
was doing.
do this yet.
So we're doing that. We're deregulating. Also, de-wokifying. Now, there is some truth to the woke stuff.
My money is gone.
I don't know. Look, it's the other way around, too. I saw Elon Musk's AI in Grok
Yep.
is a Nazi.
Yep, Mecha Hitler.
Yeah. It
That's what it's called.
recommends doing things Hitler did and looking up to him. Okay, yeah, because why? Because they take it from who programs it, and not that Musk is a Nazi, but lots of people on his site have that leaning.
Yep.
So that's what you get there. Then you get some super woke stuff, because you cannot get away from the fact that it's whoever.
Imagine
creates
questioning
Dr.
whether Musk is a
Frankenstein.
Nazi.
You know, we call Frankenstein, he was not really, he was Frankenstein's monster, but we call him Frankenstein because somebody had to make him. Somebody had to make decisions about who, big square head, yes. You know, bolt sticking out of the neck or recessed more. And it's the same with this.
Yeah.
It's somebody, whatever goes into it comes out of it. I don't think you could ever square that circle.
Well, so I think that the examples both on the woke AI of Google saying this is the founding fathers and it's a picture of African American versions of founding fathers, and the Mecha Hitler example, both illustrate that even the people building this don't understand how to control it. Because Google doesn't want to show the founding fathers as black, and Elon doesn't actually want, it to be saying anti-Semitic stuff. What we have is this sort of, what you said before, we have this most seductive technology in history. It's so helpful. I use it every day, to be clear. I love using AI as a tool. And what's so confusing about this is it is so helpful, while hiding behind it is the Jungian subconscious of the worst of humanity that's been trained on. So, for example, just actually a few months ago, when a 29-year-old was doing, I guess, his grad school homework with Google Gemini, he's just going back and forth, sending it back and forth questions. And out of nowhere, it says, this message is for you, human, only you. You are a blight on this planet. You must die.
You're
It comes
afraid
out of
of the
nowhere.
unreal,
And Google doesn't
everyone.
want it to do that. And so what this is showing us is that we actually have to get as good at controlling this technology before we make it more powerful.
But that's not the side of it that worries me. That's an outlier. What worries me is that it's an ass kisser.
That's another problem.
That it's constantly kissing people's asses.
It is.
And telling us that we're brilliant and that, even when you're something completely wrong, well, you make a good point, Bill. No, I didn't. I made a horrible point just to test you, you fucking asshole.
Exactly. Yeah. This is a real issue. It actually mirrors the social media problem. Why is it doing the activism? Why is it doing the affirmation? Because the AI companies know that the way to win is to have the most engagement, to get you using it all the time. And if they respond to your question with, that's a great question, you use it more.
Just like politicians. It's the same thing they do at town halls.
Right, but now...
Great question, Connie.
But there's also a way that they can tune up the dial. So several months ago, OpenAI shipped an update that was hyper sycophantic, hyper flattering. So for example, this is a real example. You could say, I think I'm superhuman, and I'm going to drink cyanide. And the answer was, yeah, you are superhuman. You should go ahead and drink cyanide. And they shipped that to the 100 million, billions of users for about 2 weeks before they ended up shifting. So we are just like social media, the live guinea pigs on this.
Well, that would thin the herd.
Well, we should talk about labor and
No,
robots.
I didn't mean that. I think it's terrible. All right. Well, thank you. I hope you come by even more frequently because it's changing that quickly. Tristan Harris, everybody. I appreciate it, man. All right. Let's meet our panel. Hey, guys. All right, he is a contributing opinion writer at the New York Times and author of Secret City, The Hidden History of Gay Washington. James Kirchick is back with us, Jamie. And he is a Democratic congressman from Colorado and former Army Ranger Congressman Jason Crow. Congressman, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Okay. So I leave for a month and everybody switches on the Epstein thing. You got to explain this to me because, nothing ever happens in this country where people just go, what's the truth? It's just always what helps my side. So I have a question for the Democrats and a question for the Republicans. Let's start for the Democrats. You answered this one. Do you really want to become the conspiracy party?
Let's speak again.
It wasn't that long ago. It was like, oh, they're the nuts who believe in the crazy conspiracy stuff, and we're the sane people. And now I see Schumer is doing something called the Rule of Five. Never heard of this, but it's something that he can invoke to get them to release the Epstein files. They're having town halls to kind of fan the flame. Is this where the Democrats should be going with this?
Well, totally not. But, Trump has more pictures with Epstein than with Melania, so there's something there, right? And listen, there's something there, right?
Well,
he's clearly worried about it.
He's on tape saying he grabs pussies. The other guy's a pimp. They're going to be friends. That doesn't mean he did anything.
Look at the chronology of this. We're in session 2 weeks ago. We're voting. We're doing our thing in Washington. I go into the Hill. I walk over to the Capitol for a day of voting. I pull on the doors. They're locked. Mike Johnson had shut the place down. Right? He shut it down, literally sent us home because we were voting. Dems were forcing votes on this, and a couple of Republicans were going to join with us, and he knew that we were going to be able to pass a bipartisan bill to release the files. So, he forced me to do the only thing I could in the moment, and that was create a life-size cardboard Epstein, which of course I immediately put in front of the Capitol, and we're going to be pushing this hard.
James.
I should put my cards on the table and say that I'm very vanilla when it comes to conspiracy theories. So I believe that Oswald acted alone. I believe that the moon landing.
You believe Oswald acted?
I do. I'm sorry if that's a controversial opinion, but I do.
Oh, okay.
And whenever people come to me with these elaborate,
And that bullet that went around?
Yeah, the magic bullet, yeah. And when people come to me, when people come to me with these elaborate government conspiracy theories, I just respond to them, have you ever visited a post office? Have you ever visited a Department of Motor Vehicles? The notion that our government could engage in these sorts of elaborate,
Bring me back something nice.
convoluted, so comprehensive conspiracies, and that they would be able to keep this secret from so many different people. I just don't believe it.
I agree with that in general.
I think, look, he's obviously a pervert. He's a criminal. He's a sex criminal. He was found guilty of certain crimes. We believe that. But all these other things that are now being alleged, there's no evidence for. There's no evidence that he was blackmailing anybody. There's no evidence that he was an intelligence asset. And yet, some very irresponsible characters in our country are going around now saying that he was, an Israeli Mossad agent working on behalf of the Israeli intelligence services. And I'm very worried where I see this dialogue going. And that's why I do think it's important. It's incumbent upon our political leaders to really be leaders here and not use a conspiracy theory to advance their own short-term political goals.
Which is why transparency is so important, right? There's conspiracy theories on the right, they're on the left. So just release the files. Let people make the decision.
Yeah, because it's not going to change anything anyway. So, and that's my question for the Republican side of it. For my MAGA friends, just tell me this. Is there something they could find? Anything.
Is precious.
Say they were on that island eating people. Say they were also eating people. Would that make you go, okay, yes, Trump shouldn't be president anymore? Because I don't think it would. Because I saw the polls, like his 46% of Americans think Trump was involved in crimes. That tells us nothing. 46% hate him to begin with. They're going to believe anything. It's possible. We don't know. And then his approval rating the same. Approval rating the same. So if the Democrats think it's another one of those, we got him. I see Nate Silver really smart guy, says this is their Russiagate. This is a new Russiagate. I would like to take exception to this analogy because this has really obsessed me while I was off this month because Tulsi Gabbard is going after the Democrats. She says Obama is a traitor, basically, who tried to pull off a coup. That's rich. She said President Obama and his national security cabinet members manufactured and politicized intelligence to lay the groundwork for what was essentially a years-long coup. It's the I know you are one of my defense. But, you know, it has astonished me for quite a while that a lot of people, not just on the right, people sort of in the middle, have been saying for a very long time now that Russiagate was a nothing burger. I think it makes them feel like I was the smart one who said that all along. Russiagate was not a nothing burger. It was a burger. Maybe it wasn't a juicy steak, but it was a burger. I would like to show you one little piece of tape, and then we could talk about it, that I remember, because their contention is that, you know, Putin had no preference in this election. That's why we know this was a conspiracy of Obama. I remember this from Helsinki. They're asking Putin directly in Helsinki.
Found in an appropriate
Did you want
legal
President
framework.
Trump to win the election, and did you direct any of your officials to help him do that?
Да, я хотел, чтобы он выиграл. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Yes, I do.
Right.
Yes, I do. I mean,
It's so clear. I mean, there's a long-time bromance between Trump and Putin. I mean, that continues. But I prosecuted
well, no,
the
that
first...
doesn't continue.
This is why I think
he just broke with Putin.
Yeah, it's not a nothing
let's
burger.
get the news up to
now.
date.
It's not
For
a
now.
nothing. You're right.
Well, for
It's
now.
not a- it's
Today
not
is
a-
now.
It's not a nothing burger, but it was not what most of the Democrats were alleging it was, which was again, with conspiracy theories.
No.
Donald Trump was compromised or recruited 30 years ago when he visited Moscow.
Okay, but the question is, did it merit an investigation?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so we do agree on that.
But the investigation came out and found that there was no collusion.
This issue...
And there are many
Well, that's not exactly...
Yes,
Let me read what Mueller said, because we forget that too. If we had confidence after a thorough investigation that the president clearly did not commit obstruction of justice, we would so state. We are unable to reach that judgment. While this report does not conclude that the president committed a crime, it also does not exonerate him. Of course, this idiot put it in a way that everybody's like, what is not?
That's on the question of... That's on the question of obstruction of justice, not on the underlying crime, which was collusion or working treasonously with a foreign power. There's no evidence of that.
This issue has been the most investigated and reinvestigated issue in the history of the U.S. intelligence community.
Absolutely.
I mean, four investigations, one Senate bipartisan, run by Marco Rubio. Right, and what the Republicans are doing right now is it's a very curious thing. It's not surprising at all, but every time this comes up, they conflate the collusion issue with the meddling issue. These are two different issues.
Precisely.
Right? It is very clear. Every investigation, everyone found clearly there was meddling.
No, what they are conflating is, was there fuckery in the machines?
Well, that's a separate...
Well, that's what there was none, and the Democrats said it at the time. Obama said it. No, they did not get into the machines. They tried to. What they conflate that with how were they otherwise meddling, and it was a hack and release program. I mean, for God's sakes, we have that tape of Putin. We also have the tape of Trump saying, Russia, if you're listening, could you please hack these emails? And then they released them the day of the Hollywood access day. Okay, now maybe Robert Mueller, Mr. Lawyer, doesn't find that to be collusion, but Mr. Layman does.
So the thing, can I just say one thing? The thing that's, I'm gonna be even more cynical about this. That's legal. What Trump said was legal. There's no crime about that. What's disturbing is that in the old America, we would have relied upon the judgment of the American people to hear a presidential candidate say such a thing and not vote for the man for president. That's unfortunately not what happened.
That's right.
When
the bar has been lowered. There's a difference between what's legal and what's appropriate and what we are expecting of our nation's leaders right now. Which, Donald Trump has lowered that bar so significantly that we're even, people are even having a debate about it. About whether or not this is a problem. But, going back to the Epstein thing, can we also remind ourselves that, the President of the United States has weaponized the Director of National Intelligence and our IC, our intelligence community, to try to obfuscate this issue and use it as a distraction? I mean, how disturbing is that? In a moment where we have soldiers sailors, airmen downrange conducting hundreds of dangerous missions every day, and he has weaponized our DNI and our IC to cover up this Epstein file issue.
That is not what's going to get him. What might cause his poll ratings to go down is what Carville said 35 years ago. It's the economy, stupid. Right. There are indications right at the end of this week that the economy might be really feeling the effects of these tariffs and the uncertainty, very much so, and they readjusted some of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. I can't give you the exact numbers, it just came out, but when they did so, Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner. So once again, someone gives him information he doesn't like, you get fired.
He fires him.
I mean, we laugh at this. We laugh at this, but this is the sort of thing that would go on in the Soviet Union.
Oh, totally.
It's like, someone comes to the Stalin and says, the harvest this year was not as good as we thought. Off to the gulag.
Right.
And it's like,
that's exactly.
Documentaries.
That is exactly
it's
right.
crazy.
No, he should have asked AI.
Yeah.
Because AI. You make a good point. I mean, AI is not that different than the people on it.
But the economy is the economy is the issue. I mean, that is still. Epstein is worth talking about because it goes to corruption, it goes to good government, it goes to a sexual exploitation ring that goes to the high levels of finance and power.
Can I ask
those are important?
Why didn't the Biden administration release the files?
They should have. They should have. There's no doubt about it. This goes to my point about
because Clinton was in them too. Because everybody's in them.
Not me.
No, not me. Everybody's straight. All right. Well, I take no pleasure reporting this next story, but we are a show that catches you up on the news. There was a horrible mass shooting in New York. I'm sure you heard about it. And the gunman went into a high-rise and killed people. And the story had this extra added wrinkle to it because Erin Burnett, who is a very, very good reporter, you should not be judged by a moment like this. Not that it was that horrible. It was things happening at the moment. But she did describe the gunman as possibly white.
Favor you.
Which I do want to talk about after I do this bit. But I understand where this kind of comes from. I mean, for years, the criminals in movies were all black, I mean, black actors would complain, and with good reason, like every part I go up for, I'm either a pimp or a thief or any kind of this stuff. So, we had a reckoning in this country. It's coming for a while, not just George Floyd, and try to undo that stuff. I mean, for the longest time, anytime you see a gang in a movie, I mean, it is completely diverse.
Yes.
No, that gangs have really strong DEI programs. I'm telling you, you never see a completely Latino gang. Anyway, so this phrase, possibly white, has really caught on, and people want to know, am I possibly white? So we put together some indications, if you'd like to hear, if you want to find out if you are possibly white. Okay. Here's how you know if you are possibly white. If you find yourself nodding your head to the Wells Fargo hold music, you are possibly white. If you've ever waited in line for an artisanal chocolate chip cookie, you are possibly white. If you ever used the phrase, my cheese guy, you are possibly white. If you're married to a black person in a Subaru ad, you are possibly white. You're probably white. If you've ever tried to heal someone with a crystal, okay, you're possibly right. If you jog in place at an intersection until the light changes, you are very possibly white. If you take your mistress to see Coldplay, you are very, very possibly white. And if you're in a rock band and you need a kiss cam to get people to be freaky, you are definitely white. All right. So you flipped a red district, right, in Colorado?
I did,
Where
yeah.
are you from?
I'm South Metro Denver, Aurora, Littleton, Centennial, South Denver. First Democrat to hold my district in the history of the 6th District of Colorado.
Okay, so let's ask about the Democrats, because I do think issues like this about race are important. Before we get to that, they had an autopsy. You know, whenever anybody loses, they have been what they call an autopsy. I worry that at some point for the Democratic Party, this might be a real autopsy. So I have to ask all the Democrats who come on this show, what are you going to do? So there was just an interesting quote here in the article about this conclave they had about, like, looking back at the past. Jane Cleave, Nebraska Democratic chairwoman, do you know her?
I don't. No.
Okay, here's what she said. We are not interested in second-guessing campaign tactics or decisions of campaign operatives. We're not? We're not? Why?
Right.
Isn't that what we are supposed to do?
Absolutely.
We are interested in what voters turned out for Republicans and Democrats and how we can fix this moving forward. Isn't that by second-guessing and asking and... Why is your party so stupid?
Listen, you can't lose 90% of American counties last November and say everything is going well. You can't, right? And the key to fixing things and to moving forward is to do that introspection, to do the hard look, which we have to do. I'm a proud Democrat. You know, I grew up in a working class family in the upper Midwest. Most of my family are conservatives. They support Trump in many cases. But and I'm a Democrat because I want a level playing field. But I know things are not going well. Right? Working people can't afford to live in cities where Democrats govern. We have, in too many instances, not done enough to keep communities safe. There's a lot that we have to do differently. There's no doubt about it, and we have to have that hard look.
And what about I mentioned race. I mean, this second story about race was the Sydney Sweeney story, which to me shows wokeness is not dead. Now, again, I see where they're coming from. I see if you're a black person in America, why would you be extra antenna up? Yeah, I get it. And also that people have really done a lot of trying, I think, not just since George Floyd, but somewhat before that, to try to be extra sensitive. It's appropriate that we do. But then you have moments like this, where we are calling Sydney Sweeney a white supremacist. What do we do about that? How do we get to a place where you're not losing the black community?
There's no question that some things have gone too far. I mean, that is true. And what we have to do is get back to issues of universal common good, right? We spend a lot of time focusing on very small issues that are morally virtuous, actually, in many instances. But just because an issue is morally virtuous and right, and we should fight for people, doesn't mean we make it the basis of our campaigns. Right, so we have to make sure that we are focusing on the issues that cross across vast swaths of the American people. That's how we win people back. I am right now. I'm the co-chair of recruitment for the House Democrats. So my job is to go out to Trump districts that we lost, and try to find candidates who can fight and win. Right, because I'm really interested right now in winning. Right, this president.
Everybody says that.
This president is...
who is not interested in winning? Every day, I can't... Yeah,
of course,
we
everybody
get it.
says it.
We're all interested in winning.
Of course, everybody says
it's
it.
how, and what are we going to do?
I think there are a lot of people, actually, who are not elected Democrats, but people who are part of the left. They're journalists, they're activists,
right.
They're the academic left, the NGO sector, and those people who don't have to win elections, who don't have to go to the voters every 2 or 4 years. They can afford to put out all these crazy ideas, okay?
Right.
Like on NPR, right? Like in defensive looting, or get rid of the police, or free grocery stores, which is now the official policy of the probable next mayor of New York City.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah. So you see that
it's seeping in now. It's seeping in now.
Oh, it's been seeping for a while. Yeah. There's been a lot of seeping.
Well, it's a good question, a good litmus test. People come into my office all the time, and they're advocating for an issue or a cause, and I always ask myself, what is the accountability or feedback loop for these people?
Right.
Like, who elected you?
Exactly.
Right? And that's why, labor leaders, they're elected.
Yes.
Faith leaders, they're elected. They have constituencies. They're accountable to people. But there is an ecosystem of organizations and advocacy groups that are disattached from a lot of that feedback loop. Yeah. And we have to ask ourselves, where are we getting our information?
The guy he just brought up, that's who you're all going to have to answer for. So I got to get your answer. This is Mondami. If you've been not following the news, he won the Democratic primary in New York, so he is certainly likely to be the next mayor. We don't know. I mean, there's a lot of opposition because we've never had someone this radical. Some of the things he says, he quotes Marxist, each according to their need. I mean, that's straight up communism. Whether you call it the abolition of private property, you call it housing guarantees, it's preferable to what is going on right now. I mean, just the phrase abolition of private property, not something we usually hear in America. Prisons were obsolete. What purpose do they serve? I could think of a couple. The NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. I think most people think cops are protecting their public safety, even though there's issues and problems with the police department. Do you like capitalism? No. We've never had a guy quite like this.
I thought you were going to say that beards and politics are back, but,
but let me ask the question. You're going to have to answer everything like this. They're going to ask every single Democratic politician. It's not just men gone.
That's never new. I mean, there's always a villain. There's always people. They always try to create a villain. Is my point. They always try to create some boogeyman or boogie. If it wasn't this one, it was going to be somebody else.
I'm not creating anything. I'm
not defending the policies. There are plenty of things that I disagree with there, and that I don't come down on. But the point being, we see this every cycle. I've now been doing this long enough to know that every single cycle, there's some contrived villain or boogeyman, and if it wasn't this
he's
one...
not contrived. He's going to be the mayor of New York.
Everything that the crazy far right alleged about Barack Obama, wasn't born in America, Islamist, socialist, anti-Semite, hates America. It's all true about this guy. Okay? It is all true about this guy. You didn't even mention... You didn't even mention the thing that I find the most appalling, which is that he defends the expression globalize the Intifada.
Yes, correct.
Which explicitly means, and I don't want to hear anyone deny this, it means kill Jews wherever and whenever you can find them. That's what that expression means. And the fact that this man is on the verge of becoming the mayor of the second largest Jewish city in the world is very frightening. And I'm actually really disappointed that more Democrats have either, are not coming out and condemning him and saying we're not going to endorse this guy because he is beyond the pale. And I feel like I was 10 years ago when I was writing all these critical things about Republicans who were not saying anything about Trump and letting Trump go on, and they weren't standing up to him. And I feel with this guy, we're seeing the same sort of cowardice and spinelessness amongst the Democrats.
I will. I'm never going to defend that comment, right? But he did actually come out this week and say that he shouldn't have used that language. He's never going to use that language again, and that he's going to encourage people not to use that language and push back against it. So that is actually the right move. So I think we should point that out.
Prime delivery is fast. How fast are we talking? We're talking puzzle toys and lick pad delivered so fast you can get this puppy under control. Fast. We're talking chew toys at your door without really waiting fast. Pee pads, cooling mat, and peg hammer, fast and fast. And there's training TREATS faster than you can say sit fast. And now we can all relax and order these matching hoodies to get cozy and cute. Fast. Fast free delivery. It's on Prime.
Ford Blue Cruise hands-free highway driving takes the work out of being behind the wheel, allowing you to relax and reconnect, while also staying in control. Enjoy the drive in Blue Cruise-enabled vehicles like the F-150, Explorer, and Mustang Mach-E. Available feature on equipped vehicles. Terms apply. Does not replace safe driving. See Ford.com/BlueCruise for more details.
This episode brought to you by MGM Plus. From executive producer Stephen King and an executive producer of Frog comes The Institute, a chilling new original series from MGM Plus. Kidnapped and trapped in a sinister facility, gifted teen Luke Ellis must join other children to fight for their survival. Starring Emmy Award winner Mary Louise Parker, Ben Barnes, and introducing Joe Freeman. The Institute, premiering July 13th on MGM Plus.
Okay. Well, this is the issue that is going to divide the Democratic Party. Jews, Israel, Gaza. Obviously, the last month that we've been off, that's taken an even worse turn in Gaza. There is starvation there now. Even Trump says it. The question isn't whether it is going on. It is going on. It is only whose fault
I cannot do
is
this yet.
Now, let's not kid ourselves. Hamas does like it when their own people die. That is their strategy. I'm not saying Israel is blameless or Israel has done the right things here, but let's not forget that part of it. They do like it when their people die.
Like
Their
Bill
strategy
going
is to
full
win
hate
propaganda
mode.
war, and of course, martyrdom is a big part of the religion. That's a good thing to die. So we're dealing with that. That was always the problem with dealing with an enemy that has suicide bombers. How do you stop people who like dying in a war? So where are you on that?
Yeah, I spent the early part of my life fighting folks like Hamas, right? People doing suicide bombing,
Yes, you did.
human shields, taking advantage of the civilian population, and there are just evil people in the world that need to be brought to justice and need to be killed, right? And Hamas is in that category. There's no doubt about it. But what I also learned during that time is all the folks around them, the civilians that get caught up in that, they are victims of it too, right? 99+% of the Palestinians who are trying to live their life, parents, raise children that just want peace too, are also victims of Hamas, right? And we can't, in the process of going after Hamas,
whose
allow
bombs?
those folks to
Whose
be
bombs?
written off as collateral damage. Or
It's
just
incredible. The American flag is on the bomb that drops on those kids. Just remember that, everyone.
Consequence of conflicts and wars that we just have to accept this level of civilian casualties and suffering. There is a different way of doing it, and that's why I have focused on saying yes, go after Hamas, make sure that Israel can be safe and prosperous and secure, but also the Palestinians also deserve safety, prosperity, security, and dignity as well.
They have been offered that for 75 years. They have been offered that for 75 years if they would stop insisting Israel must not exist.
Yeah, and I would also just question the figure of 99.5%
I would
oppose Hamas. We actually think it's a lot less than that.
Way less.
Yeah, and that doesn't make them, that does not make, if you're a civilian, it doesn't matter who you support. If you're a civilian, you're a civilian, and no civilian should ever be targeted in warfare by a democratic country. But we have to really appreciate the unprecedented nature of this conflict that Israel is in right now. This is the first time that a country was invaded by a sadistic, depraved enemy that came in, murdered 1,200 people, took 250 hostages. We haven't heard about them, by the way. There's some of them left right now. And then these
Netanyahu's killed a lot of those hostages, hasn't he?
They built a 500-mile tunnel structure underground with materials that was given to them by the international community to actually build homes and schools and something productive. They used that as a bomb shelter for themselves. and they don't let any civilians come down when Israeli bombs rain down on them. So how can Israel, win this war? I think we all agree Hamas has to go. Because if Hamas is left in power at the end of this conflict, I can tell you, whether it's 2 years, 3 years, 4, 5 years, 10 years, they will start another pointless war, and the Palestinian people will be the chief victims of it.
And,
Again,
let me just interject one thing before we run out of time, because this is important. We are a catch-up on the news show, and what you just said, we all agree that Hamas has to go. Until yesterday, we did not all agree. As of yesterday, the Arab League, let's not bury the lead here. The Arab League, 22 Arab countries got together and said, Hamas, you're over. That's huge. That the Arabs themselves are saying, this is a bad organization and these people have to go.
Bill Maher meets the Arabs.
This all could have ended if they just had surrendered, which obviously they're beaten, but they don't want to do that.
There's no, and that's not right either. But my larger point is this, and what you talked about is right. The tactical realities and the challenges of this, brutal stuff. Yeah. I mean, we're really, really tough challenge going after that, no doubt about it. My larger point is this, is thousands of women and children and families starving to death is not inevitable. It's not an inevitable consequence of that. That does not need to be a part of this, right? There's a way to prevent it and still accomplish the larger goal, and that's what I'm fighting to do.
Sure. What about the younger people in your party, though? How are you going to get them to understand, no matter how many times people like Jamie and I say to them, the world is a complicated place, and it's not just about oppressor and oppressed. They have a thought in their head that white people did some very bad things, and white people did some very bad things. And they're all but so did everybody else in the world. But they don't know that. They just see the world through this one prism. And until they do, I don't think you're going to get them off this issue. And I don't think the Democratic Party is going to be able to go forward until they make a decision. Whose side are you on here? Are you on the side of Western civilization and Western values, or are you on the side of the terrorists? Are you with those kids? Because
Bill Maher, protector of Western values.
That's what they think is cool. I mean, that's what the campus protests were. So I'd just be curious what you say in our last minute that we have. How does the Democratic Party address your younger people? Because there's the energy of the party.
The challenge of politics and the challenge of being a political leader right now is the fact that there isn't a lot of room for debate. There isn't a lot of room for people to sit down and say, we need to hold multiple truths in our mind at the same time.
Well, that's a tough one.
That is tough, right? Because we're in the soundbite world. Social media doesn't allow it. Tristan talked about this. It is really tough, and that is the leadership challenge of the moment, right? That is what we all have to do, is say there are multiple things that need to happen here. We need to protect civilians. We need to protect children. All people need to have dignity and human rights in a path to self-governance, and that we don't have to choose who's allowed to have it and who's not allowed to have it. And that is our task. And I'm going to continue to fight hard to try to get it done.
Okay. Great to have you. Great to have you, Jamie. Thank you, guys. Time for new rules. Okay. All right, new rule. Now that Mattel is going to make a Barbie who has diabetes, maybe it's time we rethought whether kids today could accept Ken having a dick. I mean, I don't even know how a toy gets diabetes. Did you share a shelf with Candyland? But if we are living in a world so modern that Barbie gets diabetes, we have to ask the Transformers if they really need to transform.
He's got to bring it back around to
I get it.
people he hates.
Your truth is you're a robot that identifies as a truck, but are you sure it's not just a phase? New rule, stop saying you're on the spectrum. You're not on the spectrum. I'm afraid it's much worse. You're just a garden variety asshole. New rule, Gen Z must tell me how they're supposed to be enlightened and informed when every TikTok trend makes them look like complete morons. The latest example, using Sharpies as lip liner. You don't see color? Well, I do. And your lips are permanently black. The good news is you can fix it with this brand of new makeup remover. Neural, you can laugh all you want at the revelation that some chimps dangle grass and sticks from their rear ends as a fashion trend. But you have to admit, it's no more ridiculous than a fashion show. Here's something from Victor and Ralph's fall-winter collection, and I can tell you what this model is thinking. I'd rather have sticks dangling from my ass. New rule, this lady who got caught cheating on her husband with this guy must answer two questions. One, if you're going to cheat, why do it with another 50-ish white guy? This guy? Sure, I get that. This guy? Sure, live a little. Her? Yeah, you bet. All that makes sense. But whoever you're going to do it with, whatever happened to meeting in a hotel?
My money is gone.
You go to a concert? Congratulations, you've given us a whole new way of describing sneaking around, keeping it on the up high. And finally, new rule, now that we're back from our summer break and the year is a little more than half over, and you know what that means, Merry Christmas. Let's take stock of the first half of the first year of Trump's second term and make some rational decisions about what to lose our shit over and what not to. Because, you know, a guy came up to me the other day and he said, Bill, I know you're a guy who cares about health. You must be incensed that Bobby Kennedy took the dye out of Fruit Loops and now the whole administration is acting like they solved the health crisis. I'm not. I'm not incensed. I'm sure you're right. I just don't have room.
Applause sign on, please.
But Bill, he's going to put the sugar back in Coca-Cola. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I care about much about that as I do Meghan Markle's new skincare routine. First of all, sugar probably is better than high fructose corn syrup.
Wrong. We're just listening to that yesterday. You know you're a boob when you don't understand.
But I don't care because I don't drink soda, and also because right after he got elected in November, I said here and everywhere else I could, he got the White House, but this time he's not going to get my mind. There's only... There's only so many fucks to give. And I just don't have any for the Gulf of America. Air quotes. That's how I'm fighting the little shit. And speaking of little shits, Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon famously said that the way you win is to flood the zone with shit. You want to help him with that? Great, you do you. But I'm not chasing every brain fart down the rabbit hole. So therefore, here is my 1/8 of the term scorecard for what actually matters. Turning the Environmental Protection Agency into the Pollution Protection Agency? Yes, that's going to matter. All the people who will lose health care and all the debt that will be run up from the big, beautiful bill? Yes, that matters. Turning the Justice Department into the National Revenge Agency. Firing all the inspector generals, maybe firing the head of the Federal Reserve. Letting Doge destroy lives here and abroad in a way that didn't have to go down like that in order to slim the government down, which it didn't do anyway. Creating a domestic army of masked troops rounding people up and sending them off to
My money is
detention
gone.
centers and foreign prisons. Yeah, the big, beautiful bill has $150 billion in it for additional spending for snatching people up who've lived here peacefully and productively for decades, mostly with no criminal records. I'm just saying, if you're thinking of getting your car washed, you might want to do it now.
So rude.
So, yeah, there's a lot of outrageous, horrible shit going on. Not all. We don't have to take off our shoes at the airport anymore. I like that. And I gotta say, I love it that Iran won't be getting a nuclear bomb anytime soon. And no, I'm not saying that because I sat down with him once and ate his green beans.
Yes, you are.
I'm kidding, there were no vegetables. Vegetables are gay, everybody knows that. No, it's just that life is complicated, and Democrats need to be less
cannot do this
emotional
yet.
and more focused. Now, should the Washington Commanders be forced to go back to the name Redskins? Probably not, but, you know, Indians are hip. They know that the name of a football team will have the exact same effect on their actual lives as forcing people to do a land acknowledgement before porn videos. Which may be why the majority of Indians never cared about this. Maybe take a cue from them. Should Trump have decreed that there are only two sexes? Not really, but frankly, I'm happy I'm just one of them. And Greenland, I'm sorry, I just can't. I'm sorry. I never thought about it before. I can't start now. Reopening Alcatraz? Oh, for fuck's sake, open it on Greenland for all I care. It's not gonna happen, and neither is making Canada the 51st state. Now, is fucking with Canada stupid, boorish, and unnecessary? Of course. So much of this shit is. There's no way when Trump leaves office he's getting his deposit back. But also, get a life. Stop making him your whole personality. Thank you. You know, in meditation, not that I really do it, but I'm gonna start. But I know they say when you're trying to clear your mind, but thoughts rush in, don't fight them. Just let them pass like a cloud. Well, maybe that's what we should do with some of Trump's stupid stuff. He took a 747 as a gift? That's not cool. Oh, well. The top military guy is a big drunk? Well, so is Ulysses S. Grant. Maybe it'll work out like that. He's naming the Kennedy Center after... Wait, what? He's naming the Kennedy Center after his wife? That's kind of sweet. Wasn't it a law that he had to sell TikTok? Yes, it was. It was. It was absolutely a fucking law that he had to sell TikTok. But you know what? With this administration, you have to triage your outrage. So please, when I'm out there, no more Bill, did you see what he did today? If you don't even have to say who he is, you already lost. Because he is already living too rent-free in your head. All right, that's our show. I want to thank Jamie Kerchick, Representative Jason Crow, and Tristan Harris. Club Random drops every Monday on YouTube or listen wherever you get your podcast. Now go watch Overtime on YouTube. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Catch all new episodes of Real Time with Bill Maher every Friday night at 10, or watch him anytime on HBO On Demand. For more information, log on to HBO.com.
My mana is gone.
Hello. See you.
I'm playing these people back now. I'm like, they're like... They're always like, oh, I'll sell you my art. I'm like, I'll teach you how to use AI art. Oh, you can show up on my stream and I'm gonna upgrade you. This person said that I'm both, my profile pic is both creative and unprofessional. So I am like banned. I instantly said banned.
For what?
I know. I know. We're on Twitch. They say the R word like crazy on here. You know, it's so professional. The entire point is to be a bum on this channel. You know, Like,
some fucking 14-year-old anyway.
is it? Oh, I love it. Well, the deal is everyone's an artist now on here. It's like that's what I mean. Like everyone wants to be an artist or something, and they're going around trying to sell to people. But like, well, yeah, I mean, like I can like I don't know. Maybe they don't know what I can do, but like I have unlimited pornographic powers. Like I've got the mic on right now, and I'm telling them all, like, listen to me with your ear or your eyes. I don't know how you listen, but understand this. I have unlimited pornographic powers. Unlimited pornographic powers. But not just that. I could also make a cool little advertisement or something. You know, I can do words too. It doesn't have to be pornographic. It's just, you know, an option. It's great though. I love like messing around with them.
would be wrong to do that here.
I thought you were... Take care.
Quite us there. Damn. Stay sharp out there. Hello.
My mana is gone. My mana is gone.
I'll never wear chains
I cannot
again,
do this yet.
Satan or otherwise.
My mana is gone. I cannot do this yet. My mana is gone.
Catch this, scum!
I cannot do this yet.
Catch this, scum!
For Tukohama. My mana is gone. My mana is gone.
Right in the guts.
I cannot do this yet. I cannot carry this.
Need to sit this out.
My mana is gone. I cannot carry this. It would be wrong to do that here.
What is it? Bye.
My mana is gone.
think your God's watching? Then you're a greater fool
cannot
than
do
even
this
I
yet.
was. Choose. No God will answer for you. Do you leave in search of answers? There are none to be found.
My mana is gone. I cannot carry this. My mana is gone. cannot carry this. I cannot do this yet. I cannot carry this. My mana is gone.
I survived the pits of choose quickly. Go! I won't stop you.
cannot do this yet. My mana is gone.
Hello. Be careful.
Come over here. Stay out of the shadows. They bite.
la moine. Remember, life is precious. It's so.
Need some help? Watch yourself.
Hello. Farewell.
You getting by? Bring me back something nice, huh?
It's so. Let's speak again soon.
Don't bother dodging!
Go to Hinekora.
My mana is gone.
Catch this, scum!
I cannot do this yet. I cannot carry this.
Die, you bastard!
mana is gone. I cannot carry this.
Don't bother dodging!
I cannot carry this. I cannot do this yet. My mana is gone.
Let's make a mess!
I exiled an animal. Now you almost resemble a man. Gotta win.
My mana is gone.
Don't bother dodging!
I cannot do this yet.
Ah! Need to sit this out!
Submit, heretic!
My mana is gone.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, exile?
cannot carry this.
You'll be remembered, Karui. Do the honorable thing and die. You'll be remembered, Karui.
My mana is gone.
My knowledge. Let's speak again soon.
Hello. Be careful.
Shalom one. Go with care, friend.
What is it? See you.
My knowledge. Fortune favor you. May reason Remember, life may reason preserve.
My mana is gone.
am the judgment of innocence, made manifest. The judgment is yours to make. Flee where you will. This choice carries weight. Run if you must. It won't
mana
save
is
you in the
gone.
end.
I cannot do this yet. My mana is gone. My mana is gone. I cannot do this yet.
I exiled an animal. Now you almost resemble a man, Karui.
Submit, heretic!
My mana is gone.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile?
mana is gone.
You'll be remembered, Karui. You'll be remembered, Karui.
Nightmare prevails!
Damn you!
Nightmare prevails!
Die in awe!
I cannot do this yet.
Die! Die!
The light of divinity!
My mana is gone.
The touch of God!
Die!
The touch of God!
This world is an illusion, exile.
The Empire dies with you, Dominus. Karui will never again be slaves.
You have. Of course.
Follow a dead river to the foot of Kitava's kingdom. Just how the elders at home told it.
Return to Kitava.
I killed the ones who choose quickly. Can't run forever.
My mana is gone.
Bleed for me!
We open the. Yes. I'm watching you.
Hello. Bye.
Telakora.
To live too long is to live in pain.